Good morning, good day and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen, on this very fine Monday? Hope you all had a good weekend. First one in today, none other than gamedev. Second place, we have Ben IndieDev. How you doing, man? Hope you had a good weekend. I had a pretty good weekend. I didn't do too much work this weekend, but, you know, Miss Chirpy finally came home from England, so I spent some time with her. Did a little late Christmas celebration, and yeah, overall, I'm doing good. Granger Devs, welcome in, man. How you doing? Hope you've been well, mate. So yeah, the plan for today is, again, that we're gonna continue our little Christmas special. See if we can actually finish this game. We need to actually finish this. This was a game that was supposed to take 1 day to make, but as many of you are aware, it's very easy to overestimate how quickly you can do stuff when it comes to game development. I mean, to be fair, I think I could have finished this game on the first day, but, you know, I guess it's a lot due to scope management more so that perhaps is the issue. But overall, it's going quite well. We have the, you know, we do have like the core of the game finished, so that feels good. For anyone who's not aware, we have been working on this little side project where you basically work as a elf and you have to wrap Christmas gifts for Mr. Santa Claus. That is basically the gist of it. But there are a few things we need to do still or tweak. One of them is that I want to switch the position of these two and also make it so you actually have to click on the ribbons or whatever to use them. Probably need to teach the game a little bit better, wouldn't be bad. Would be nice to switch out this font to something a bit more pixelated. Other than that, we also have these settings, which looks like pure shit at the moment, very placeholder. But this we are gonna do fairly simple. I think I'm going to basically get rid of 90% of this and really only keep the audio settings. Just get that in the style of the rest of the game. That's basically the plan. Probably do some Raytos blocking in the background, because I realize now that I can click on stuff with the settings open. That's a bit weird. Been well, just busy with the holidays, though now things have calmed down and I'm off until next year, so been doing some deving. Nice, man, glad to hear that. You're making a Christmas game after Christmas? Well, no. I was making a game on Christmas. But then, as I explained, I might not have finished the game, and I still want to finish it, so that is the plan. So, I guess yes too, I am making it after Christmas, but the plan was to make it on Christmas. We started this project on Christmas Day. But yeah, there are a few things we still need to tweak. Other than that, I don't know if we should... I'm kind of considering whether I should see if I could quickly make up like a level system so that we maybe could introduce mechanics a little bit more successively. I think that would be pretty neat. So that maybe at first you only have like normal gifts. Maybe on level 2 you start getting like the broken ones. Maybe level 3 you start getting fragile. You know, I think that would make I think that would have made the game a lot more approachable. I did technically have the first proper playtest today. I did let Miss Chirpy play this for a second, and At the very least, even without really looking at the tutorial, which, you know, isn't really implemented at the moment, she still managed to figure out what to do pretty quickly. So that feels good at least, but I think it still could be improved. Luasoft, welcome in, man. How you doing? What the fuck, early stream? Less late stream, technically, but yes. The only annoying thing with moving this one is that I'm gonna have to flip how the sprites move as well, but I guess that is what it is. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do here. I did also start making a few more items. So I made a... This one is kind of tricky, but a messed up version of the train where it's basically connected the wrong way. I think that one could be tricky to spot. Deflated version of this ball. I added a few books. What else did we do? Thought I could make a messed up version of the Viking helmet, which I now realize might be too big. Nah, I think it should be fine. I'm kind of considering whether I should potentially remove the coal. Because that one, you could argue, is a little bit inconsistent. Because right now, every quote-unquote bad gift is actually a... Like, it's a broken variant of a normal gift, right? Like, we have the broken bear, we have the broken glasses, etc. This is the only one that's, like, inherently bad. And I wonder if that might actually be, you know, design-wise, a bad decision. Because this might get people to start... Like, rather than looking for gifts that look wrong in some manner, they might start to, like, debate whether a gift inherently is bad or not, which isn't really the case with any other ones. So I'm kind of debating... I know, like, obviously coal is, like, the stereotypical bad gift, but... I think maybe it makes more sense to only go for the broken variants. We'll see. Lupo, welcome in, man. Late stream. Damn, Luasoft with the 20 stream streak. Absolute legend. Cheers, man. Oh, you guys know what I did? I did share this in the Discord, which, for anyone who's curious, you can join right here. But I did also get myself a little Christmas gift. A little late Christmas gift. I ended up ordering a fucking drawing tablet. A pen display. Proper one. Which I think... I know I've said a lot of times that I actually don't mind using the mouse for my pixel art. However, I do think it would be a lot better for my hands to use a drawing tablet, and obviously, as some of you know, I already do have one, but I don't have one with a display. I have one of these, like, really tiny ones without a display, and I find that I'm just... I don't know, it's just not a great experience using that one in general, whereas I think when you have one of these with a display, I actually think I could like it a lot more, so I did want to try it, so ended up getting that one. It was on a pretty good Christmas sale, so kind of excited. Think I'm gonna get it like next week or something, so it's gonna be interesting to see. I don't know if I'm gonna be... It's probably gonna be a bit of a, you know, period of getting used to it or whatever, but I'm kind of excited. Kovalaki, welcome in, man. How you doing? Okay, so I think I'm gonna do it. You know what? I think I'm getting rid of the coal. At least for now. I might change my mind. Probably place these the same. Instead we're gonna do a broken version of the Viking helmet. More gifts is easy to add later though. I think, let's see, what should we focus on first? We do need the actual UI for like the levels, just that's one of the main things I think makes this like slightly unplayable at the moment. The fact that like if you lose, like if I toss all of these gifts, there's no way to actually restart. Like the only way to do this is to go back into the main menu and back into the game again, which obviously is not the way it's supposed to be. And so that's something we need to fix. Like I said, potentially introducing mechanics a little bit more successively would be real nice. Slight stroke creep, but it would... I think it would have made for a much better game, which I don't think it would be that difficult. Obviously we need some logic around levels, but I don't think that's that tricky. And then we just like... I don't know, separate the list of presents where we can basically... We have one for the normal ones, we have one for broken ones, and then one for fragile gifts. Should play around with like the time as well. We'll see. I'm gonna fix this first, I think. So, as I said, I've been thinking about changing this, so I think we're gonna basically flip this. I'm gonna grab this entire thing and we're gonna flip it horizontally. Because that is going to make more sense. I don't know whether maybe I should activate this one later as well. Let's see, do I have... no, I need a actual hitbox for this one. Let's paste that in over here. That one I already have, we just need to flip it. Flip that one as well. Overall, that's looking good. Let's see, let me save this as boom. Overwrite that one. And let's have a look. Let's see. Main canvas. Bubble wrap thing, is that the one? I think so. So this should be fairly easy. We're gonna flip you horizontally. And then you should just be at the complete opposite X position. Oh, almost. So what, 49? There we go. That should be correct. And then I'm going to duplicate that one. Switch out the sprite into... this one. Let's see, we did some... Let me actually duplicate that one. The same type of hitbox. Gonna be a bit lenient with the hitboxes here. We're gonna call this something like ribbon thing. Sure. Defaults. And then this one we're gonna flip back. I'm gonna put you over here somewhere. Alright, that one actually goes slightly... this hitbox is gonna be bigger. How big are you? That's probably fine, to be honest. How you doing, Krovalaki? Did you have a good weekend? Okay, now we have that one on that side. But obviously this is gonna be a bit weird now, because the plastic wrap is still going to fly from the right. So that is something we do need to fix. Let's see here. Bubble wrap, aka plastic shit. This should be fairly easy. Start position. So this should just be minus instead. Hover position should be the same, end position should be the same. I actually think that is all I need to do. Oh, actually, there might be one more thing. Which is to flip this one. Yeah, that's gonna look better. So it looks like it's flying the correct way. Trying to wonder if Mongoblade demands immediate update or not. Interesting. Is that one of your games? Cheetah, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. How's your weekend? I had a quite good weekend. Did some late Christmas celebrations with Miss Chirpy. Also ended up ordering a drawing tablet. Kind of excited to see that one. Also got, as I mentioned in the Discord, I got a fucking great gift from Miss Chirpy as well. I now have one of these fancy little coffee mug warmers, which is probably fucking one of the best gifts I could have gotten. Well, my average amount of reheats on a normal day is like 5, so not having to do that is gonna be quite convenient. How you doing, Cheetah? Let's see here. Boom, boom, boom. So we flipped that. Well, let's test it. I think that should be fine. That looks fine. Obviously, we can't... If I click this, that's also going to spawn bubble wrap, so we need to fix that. So yeah, this is going to be quite interesting. We are going to need to go into the gift, and the one, let's see, closed. This is the one that we put the ribbon on. Which actually means that you should not be interactable anymore. Yeah, I'm going to copy this component. And then I'm going to delete this stuff. And I'm gonna make you non-interactable. And what we're gonna do instead is go to the ribbon thing. I am going to delete this, paste component as new, tie gift. Question is, can I do this whenever now? Let's see, we're gonna trigger tie gift. Switch state, state complete, shade, but yeah, so this is a problem. If the game is over, or if our state, what do we call it, current state? If the state is not equal to state dot, which one do we tie? That should be the closed one. So if it's not closed, then we return. I think that should be correct. This should be a bit more consistent in terms of how the UI functions. MongoBleed is high level vulnerability in MongoDB. Not sure I know what that is. The world's leading modern database. In NoSQL. What is NoSQL? Not only SQL. Flexible non-relational databases store data in diverse formats instead of traditional tables. Okay, so is this is basically like a level up from normal SQL then? I have a rough idea of what SQL is. I remember studying it a little bit when I was looking at cybersecurity. Yeah, data structured in documents. All good. After a week's holiday, no idea which weekday it is. Okay, so I can't click any of these now. Can't click it now, can't click it now. Now I should not be able to click it, right? But if I put this on, now I can no longer click the gift, but I can click the ribbon, and that's going to tie it. Okay. Damn, I'm gonna get slower now. This is messing with my muscle memory. But yeah, this does make more sense. Specifically for the fragile gifts, because everything moves kind of from left to right. And we grab this one, we take the gift, we close it, then we go to the right side where we put a lid on, the ribbon, and shape it. And now this makes more sense since this is on the left. We grab the wrapper from the left, grab the gift from the left, grab the plastic, close it, then we move over to the right. Like everything feels a little bit more natural. Oh, we need to fix that one. Okay, that feels pretty good. So that is sorted. Let's have a look at the sprite sheet again. So, there's a few things we need to fix here. I'm gonna place you maybe here. Oh shit, it doesn't fit. Okay, so I'm gonna place you like that, and then I basically need to get rid of 1 pixel, so that's not too difficult. Let's see, you are centered. Something like that. Now we should add these as well. Why not? I don't think I'm gonna have like broken versions of the books. I think I just leave them as is. That one is gonna be tricky. Okay, let's apply that and then see if we can do a few tweaks here. So I need this one to be shorter. That's fairly easy. I'm gonna delete boom, boom. I'm gonna keep that one. Then we're gonna grab this. Just move you 1 step in. And that should, as far as I'm aware, be fine. Was there something else? I think that's good. Oh yeah, no, there was one other thing I saw. I think I accidentally did a duplication somewhere. Yeah, this shadow is too dark. Let's see if we can sort that out. There we go. Now that should be the same. Wouldn't be bad to add a bit more fragile gifts either, but we'll see. We'll see. It probably shouldn't be the priority. Let's have a look here now. One of these have changed. We used to have coal. But yeah, this is now going to be the... Maybe I should do a prefix here instead. To make this easier to sort. I can't be bothered. We're gonna call this Viking helmet broken or some shit like that. Rename file, yes. Now we could add a few more. So prefab variants, we had train broken, sure thing. Let's get this one. Then we have not football, but the normal ball we now have a deflated version of. That should be this one. Then we have the rubber duck. Oh shit, I need to set these correctly as well. Ball deflated. You are bad. What else did I do? Viking helmet is bad, yep. Train broken, also bad. This one is now going to be that one. We're gonna check that this is a bad gift. And then we're gonna do something like book 0. Let's do that one. Gonna do book 1, which of course is going to be this one. Is there anything else? Did I do something else? I think that is all of them. And these are good gifts, yes. I wonder if we should do something where we basically make this level based and each one gets a little bit more difficult. It's gonna be a little bit more work, but I do think that would be the best. I do really need to sort out these settings as well. I could actually copy this one. Where are you? Is it this one? Yeah. We could use one of these for the settings. Maybe we rotate it like this. And then we're gonna go into UI. Let's see what we have here. I want... Do I want that one? Yeah, I do. This. Oh, holy shit, those are tiny. To be fair though, we could just make these longer. I know the tablet I ordered had like a bunch of buttons that you can program. It'll be a bit interesting to figure out how I want those to be programmed. I wonder if this made sense. Like what hotkeys I should have, basically. Maybe we should have something a bit more... Something that stands out a bit more. I will see, that's easy to fix. Let's start like this. No, that doesn't look good. If I make this darker, maybe. Maybe make it bigger, since these are basically the only settings we're gonna have. Yeah, maybe something like that. What do we have? Master music sound effects. I'm gonna keep going with the manual font here. I think that's fine. We are not going to localize this anyway. Just want to get a neatly itch version up, and that will be it for now. So we're gonna have master. We are going to have... what else did I say? Sound effects. Let's maybe we call that effects. And last but not least, we are of course going to have music. And that is basically it. I think we can, since I'm only planning to do a browser build, I actually think we can get rid of almost all the other settings. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna keep any of this. So I'm also just gonna call this settings, sure. Maybe we up the font size here. What's up, David? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Boom. We're not gonna do anything overly fancy here. I think this is good enough. So immediately we can say that this should be a lot smaller. Maybe something like that. I think we can like just place these wherever we want for now. So let's do this. That's fine. Are you even? 155? You're not. Does that mean that this isn't even either? Oh no, wait, I flipped this one. Right. Okay, so let's make this one smaller so it can be evenly placed. And now that one should be centered too. You are indeed. Perfect. Slightly annoying that the text will not be centered to these now? Don't know if I want to fix that, because that would require me to do something like this. I mean, to be fair, that does kind of work too. Ah, fuck it. Let's do it.
Hello.
What is up, RZMJ? How you doing, man? Hope you've been well. I think that is fine. Now we can actually get rid of these entirely, and then we're gonna copy this one instead. We are gonna fill this in. I don't think this actually matters. I don't think I need this sprite, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Let's see, I did a different color though, didn't I? Didn't we do like that one? And then we need our little slider handle, which we're gonna make slightly bigger now. Let's see, I'm gonna make it like this. I think there needs to be more contrast here. Yeah, something like that. I think that's better. Acrylic Pixel, welcome in, man. Relatively well, yes, making a 2D game and getting sidetracked, making an infinite dimensional vector module, and you. We are working on some slight sidetracking here as well. Started making a little Christmas side project that I was supposed to finish on Christmas Day, but you know how it is. Okay, that should be fine. So that should be our settings menu. We got those sorted. That should be most of it. Then it's really just the TV. Okay. So let's do this. I'm gonna pop into... Where is this? UI. Let's bring you down here. I'm gonna open our settings menu. And here I think we do, let's see, a settings box. What is that? That's the background, that makes sense. Left and right panel. There's a lot of stuff here that we don't need. Bottom panel, back button we are going to need. I think some countries have Christmas in early January, so still possible. Good point. Good point. Isn't it like, don't Italians celebrate until like the 7th of January or something? So you know what? We have multiple days left. We're chillin'. Okay, let's see here. Settings box. I'm gonna change this into just the background raycast blocker. That's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna make you completely dark. I assume everything is gonna scale weirdly here now. What is this size? I see. How do I wanna do this? I might revert this. Just center you. That's not what I wanted. I'm gonna center you. Let's see here. Settings menu. Get rid of that. Why? So if we just scale this. Width 320, 180 is what I want. I haven't forgotten to set that here, have I? No, but no, that shouldn't matter because it's about the main canvas, which is 320 by 180. So 320 by 180. Oh, it's the scale. I see. Okay, so yeah, we are definitely going to mess this up here, but it should be fine. In the end, it should be fine. Okay, so settings box. This is now the background. I'm gonna just make you like a dark transparent thing. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have raycast target on so you can't accidentally click on something. Horizontal layout group. No. Go away. Let's see, left panel. I don't want anything from the left panel, so I'm just gonna disable all of that. I don't need the bottom panel either. We are going to keep the back button, but I'm gonna change this to the sprite we made. We're gonna reuse the same one, but in a different position. So I want this one. Set native size. We're gonna delete. Well, that's annoying. We're gonna apply all of this. We're gonna open you up. Back button, delete that one. And then I'm gonna place you. I think we should just place it over this one, to be fair. Like so. And then let's see here. Right panel. Here we need to change stuff. So this already has an image. Let's start off by getting the sprites we need. We want this background. We want this one. We want the fill, and of course we want the handle. So let's get all of those. RZ has come to his senses and does just 2D, fair enough. So what are you working on at the moment, RZ? What type of 2D game are we cooking up? Let's see, gameplay. We're not gonna have any gameplay settings, so you go away. Audio panel, we're not gonna have mute in background, can't be bothered. We don't need to have the title anymore. This is really all we need. So I'm gonna, let's see, vertical layout group. Audio panel. Okay, so I'm gonna change... No, what am I gonna do? Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this one. I am going to center you. And let's see, this is, you know what, this is going to be the background thing, so I'm gonna make you like so. Okay. Let's see, then we have the sliders. I'm gonna get rid of the percentage. I kinda don't want these either. So, you know what? I'm gonna do this. Boom, turn you off. Music slider, boom. Turn you off. All I really want here is the sliders. Like so. You know what? Fuck it. I'm getting rid of these as well. I don't need you. And you know what? It's gonna be easier to get rid of all of these and just redo the sliders from this one. So background, the background sprite, that's going to be this one, and this is tricky. I know this can get a little bit messed up if you don't do it correctly. This should be set to native size, but look, now it changes how this is stretched and stuff, which could end up being an issue. So, I think this is what we want. 000, stretch horizontally, 0505. If we go here, we want to stretch horizontally, 000. Then that completely messed it up, so that's not gonna work. Ah, shit. Welcome in, one man, how you doing? This is always a little bit tricky getting this right. Fill area. And then we have the handle. The handle is going to be this one instead. Set native size. But then why do I have another handle here? Where are you coming from? Fill. Why do I have this button? Oh shit, I can already feel this getting a bit messed up. Master slider, does this really matter? Your rect transform, I wonder. Okay, so that one is changing size. If I set you native, are you gonna change size again? You are indeed, so that is a problem. Fill area. Let's see, let's take the fill and we're gonna turn you into this sprite instead. And now, let's see, I think this should be minus 0.5, yep. So probably the same here. From the bottom, okay. So that's supposed to be 4. Nope. 3.5. That does not line up. That looks like the right size, but it's not lined up correctly. Is that because of you? Probably. Can we do this instead, so I can actually see what this is? What is this? This is fill area, so I think we should just make this smaller. I should probably not even have changed this one. I think that one should be derived from this. So I'm gonna want you to be like here, I think. And you here. This is always a little bit janky to get right. So what, minus 130 then? And 170. Okay. Top. Yeah, this should be 0, shouldn't it? I'm so fucking confused. Puzzle labyrinth with most tiles white. You can just go, and some colored player needs to have the same color. Okay. Adjacent colored tiles will allow switching player color. Name will be something with chameleon. Okay. And puzzles will go on. Will build on going through not only positions but colors strategically. Oh, I see. That sounds like so basically, I assume that the puzzle works out in like you, yeah, exactly, needing to have the same color. So you need to like traverse the level in the correct manner to have the correct color at the correct stage. I assume that's kind of the gist of it. I need to get better at pixel art. Are you doing any pixel art at the moment, One Man? Why is this so janky? This is not supposed to be like this. Is it because this stuff is... Let's see, master slider. Do I need to... Maybe I should not have changed this. Is that the issue? Then this positioning is messed up. It's like offset. That should be based on this one, but here we did get the wrong... You stretch to this one. But this is just an empty... Okay, so what if I do that, and then I change these two? Okay, so I think... Let's see, 92.4. I think you need to be set as 92.4. Your position should not matter. Wait, I'm on the wrong one. Scheiße. 92.4. Now, to be able to center you. How is that centered? Oh, because of this panel. Of course. Oh. Do I even need this panel? Why is this for the audio panel? I don't think I need you. Let's just take the master slider and put you here. Get rid of that thing. I'll just position... I'm gonna position this manually. 92.4, I'm gonna center you here. Now we should be able to center this one. Well, you should actually stretch. I assume we want 0, 0. Height 4. Should be correct. Does that look pixel perfect? I think so. Then the... Let me see, let's move you up here for now. I remember... this being a little bit tricky when I did the pixel menu for Shroud of Gloom as well. This is the parent object, so your stuff here should not really matter. Okay, we are getting somewhere. But why... No, background, you're correct, but this looks a bit weird. Does that have something to do with, like, the pivot or some shit? Like, that does not look right. I don't know why. Oh, does it have to do with the fill? Okay, let's set you to 0, 0. Left minus 0.5, 1. And then I guess this should be minus 1. Let's see, how does this look now? Okay, it's not correct, but we are getting somewhere. It starts correctly, but it goes too far at the end. Oh wait, I don't think I should change this one, should I? This is the fill. I think I should change the fill area instead. So left should be 1, right should probably be... Oh, this is padding, so that should be 1 as well. Okay. Now the position is still incorrect relative to this. But it's correct according to this. So is the background off? Specifically right now dealing with the fact that Love 2D has no vectors, poses X and Y in parallel everywhere and thus inconvenient for smooth camera. Interesting. Love 2D is very lightweight, isn't it? Put my attempt at drawing a human in the Discord. Let me check it out. You even need a yellow bar if you already have the knob. I guess technically not, but it's gonna look a lot better. My questionable art skills. Anatomy is fucking difficult though. But the thing is that if you're not going for realism, then it's a lot easier, like just make it stylized. Like, I think this can work as long as you remain consistent with it. I think I prefer this one. Because this one looks more, but it does depend on what you're going for. This one looks more correct with like the, what you call it? Like the relative size of the different body parts and so on. This one looks more stylized, but I feel like it kind of works better. But not gonna lie, like doing humans in general is tricky. The first one's only 16 by 16, yeah, that is tiny. But I think this is a good first go. I don't know if potentially I would look into, because right now you're mixing the outline style a little bit. You see here we have the double corners, and then here we have the diagonal ones. Here we have a diagonal, but above it we have a like full corner. Now that will sometimes that will always be the case. Like here, you know, you might always have a full connection or whatever. But generally I find that it can look a bit more consistent if you pick one style. As in like either you do these corners or you do these corners, if that makes sense. So you can tell like with the stuff I'm working on right now, for anything that's diagonal I tend to only have the diagonal connection right here. Obviously that doesn't happen here, because this is a natural 90-degree line or whatever. But then if you look at the star here, it's only diagonals. But then I might do, like, if I wanted to look sharper, I might add this one, because you can see that that looks like a sharper edge instead. So it does depend a little bit. But in general, I feel like mixing those in a... You can mix them, but it has to be mixed in a kind of conscious way. Using this thing called Piskel. I don't know if I know that one. Is that the software you're making it in? Yeah, free online sprite editor. Nice. How do you find it? Does it work well? Okay, why is this messing up? This immediately looks wrong, but this is empty, so that's odd, because it feels like it's actually the background that's incorrectly placed. Now, I can't change the height, because that's gonna scale it. I guess it's position Y, I need to move you up. I guess that should be fine. Unless the other one scales it. No, okay, we are getting somewhere. We are definitely getting somewhere. Okay, so handle slide area. Here we immediately have an issue. I think this needs to be maybe 1-1. I think we should actually lower this. Maybe 3-3, because you should still... How many... Let's see. That should be 2 pixels. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Maybe we do 2. Okay. Let's see how that looks. Okay. We are definitely getting closer to what we want here. Now we just need this to be the correct size. The issue is that you do some weird scaling here. And I think... Let's see here. Because that's not gonna work. Because now, as soon as I move this, you're gonna change, right? Yeah. Because you get, like, reset by the parent somehow. But I wonder, couldn't I just fix these values? To, like, -1, -1. Boom. That looks pretty good. Is that gonna work now? Okay, I think we can change the handle slide area. I think you can be smaller. We do 3-3. Because now you should line up, shouldn't you? Yeah, exactly. You line up with the rightmost edge. That looks pretty good, I think. Yeah, that feels good. Okay, master slider. So now we are just going to grab you and we're gonna try to position you correctly, which of course is over here. That's gonna be 17-1, I assume. That looks right. Now we can duplicate you. We are gonna call you the effect slider. Now you should be here somewhere. -10 maybe. That looks right. Duplicate it once more for, last but not least, the music slider. I'll bring you down. I think that actually is pixel perfect. I'll move these two up. Then we're gonna need to assign these. Master slider, effect slider, music slider. And then the settings menu should be disabled. And we go back. Let's see if it works. I think it might. Damien, welcome in, man. Very simple and decent for small animations. You got a browser and executable version. Nice. There's a few of those. Right, isn't there... There's another one that's fairly popular that has a browser version, isn't there? Oh no, I'm thinking of the Photoshop Lite one. I don't remember the name of it. Did I go for a job interview for a game designer role? Have fun all. Best of luck, Acrylic. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, love to D is just a CLI command. Love code directory and the game starts. No GUI editor, it's just a Lua API. Yeah, I know a little bit of it since I've been watching quite a bit of Chalacade on YouTube. I know he makes this game in Love 2D. I'm still looking into 2D stuff. I've only ever done smaller 3D projects, but it takes far too much time to do anything with animations or assets. Yeah, I still haven't done any 3D. I definitely want to try it at some point, but I would lie if I said I wasn't a little bit, like, scared of heading into 3D. Okay, that is not too shabby. It definitely could be better, but I think I'm kind of fine with that. Let's see, these two, I don't want to animate you though. Let's do a color tint instead, maybe. Project Unfound with the 5-stream streak. Welcome in, man. How are you doing today? I'm doing quite well. How are you? I don't think it's necessarily harder, it just takes more time, a lot more, a whole extra dimension to worry about. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So, did I break this in the menu now? Yes, so we need to scale that up. But overall, this is looking pretty good. Okay, I just need to take a short little break here. Give me just like 1 minute and I will be right back. Cheers. And we are back. You're trying to start morning exercises. Nice, man. What kind of exercises are you doing? I recently got myself a pull-up bar, so I'm trying to get more into the habit of actually using that one. Okay. You know, we should actually make a list here. Keep track of what we need to do, so that we don't start scope creeping too much. Let's see, didn't I make a thingy, Christmas special? So this was just the ideas. Okay, let's get rid of those. And let's start making a little to-do list. So we're gonna fix all of these settings. That's number 1. We need to make the itch page, which includes making some art assets. We need to get a better font. And maybe, if we have time, make some level manager of sorts. I don't understand you, Twitch. Did I not just run a ad break when I took the break and now I get a new incoming ad? Didn't we just finish an ad? I'm gonna snooze this one, but still, like, what the fuck? Anyway. Okay, so in this scene I think the settings are fine. No, the background is a bit weird. We have a sprite there, which I don't want. You know, I might actually change the back button too, to be honest. I might do something like this instead. Let's make a new layer. Might go back more to something like what we had before. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do something like that. Because it feels a little bit weird reusing that back button again. Feels like an X here would make more sense. So let's get that one. Gonna open this. And let's have a look now, where we do have some issues here. Let's enable the settings menu. I don't want this rounded sprite in the background. So here I want to remove the sprite. That should be better. Now we're gonna change this button into this one. And then we're gonna position you here somewhere. I think that's pixel perfect. Color tint, that's correct. Disable you. Go back. I've not been to the gym since Christmas holiday started from work. I normally have my gym at work, I see. Amazon loves adverts, true. It's funny how the main business is selling packages and they own Amazon TV and Twitch so they can advertise you more packages to buy. Yeah. Oh, so you just found a Berliner in the kitchen, nice. Now my keyboard is full of sugar, but that's worth it. Let's see here. Yeah. I think that's better. I might change the color into this one though. Or some shit like that, or maybe even this one. Like if that could potentially make it look more like a button. Make it stand out a little bit more from the background. It's a little bit weird saying settings if all I have is audio settings, isn't it? Maybe we should just say audio. Oh, shit. I'm gonna snooze these ads as well. I'm gonna keep snoozing them as long as I can. Okay. So I'm happy enough with this in the game scene, so let's fix the main menu. Settings UI. Okay, that's fine. Question is, this canvas is too big, yeah. 320, 180. So I assume the background now is scaling, that's why you changed size. Now I messed up the buttons here instead. Let's set these to 0. Let's make these way smaller. Something like that. Boom. Now we can add some padding from the top. That looks good enough for me. Maybe we should have a bit more spacing though. Spacing, maybe... 4. Something like that. And question is now, does that fit the settings as well? It does. Okay. That's good. We do have a different sound effect here though, so I think we need to go into the game. And we need to override everything here. Override this as well. And sure. Nice. I think those settings are good enough for me. So we're gonna check that off and let's see, there's no point in making the itch page before the game feels fully functional. So still the whole thing with the game loop that I'm a little bit concerned about. I feel like I could do a better job at teaching the mechanics and making a more clear goal, etc.
Hello.
Welcome in, Strom. How you doing? Okay, last ad I can snooze, I'm gonna do it. Okay, we do need the font. Can I have some font installed in my package manager, don't I? My assets. View in asset store, what is this? I think this is from a really long time ago. Let me have a look. You're doing well, nice to hear, man. And that's kind of big. I mean, it would look better than what I have, though. Oh, even free for commercial use. That's not too shabby. However, how does the sizing work here? Is there only... I get the impression that this is one size only. I mean, to be fair though, it would be way better than what I currently have, so fuck it, we're gonna use this one. Sure, import that. And let's have a look. Let's fix the main menu first. Main menu, play button, settings button. Now, technically I should have changed my other fonts. Do I have it here now? What's that? Oh wait, I do have this font as well. This is not the one I just installed. Where is this from? Text Pro with samples. I mean, that one kind of works too, to be fair. I think that might... Looks a little bit weird, but is that the correct pixel art size? It kinda looks correct, to be honest, but the spacing... might not be. Oh, am I not allowed to change the size of this one? No, I am. Not that it doesn't have to line up perfectly. It would be kinda neat if it did. That one isn't half bad. Yeah, I think this actually could work. Let's see, right now this looks like it's... If I line up here, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, so it's too small. So 8 is too small. 8.5. 1, 2, still slightly too small. 9. Okay, I think that might... No, is that slightly too big? I'm just curious if I could get this to be perfect pixel-wise. Let me disable this thing. I mean, I do suppose it could have to do with the other settings as well. I don't know if the spacing in between is equal, but I guess I could change that too. This is very close though. Obviously, the longer we go, the more it gets messed up. That one does kind of align as well. I think it has to do with the spacing, but I'm not sure I could get this to space perfectly. It doesn't really matter. I know no one else is gonna look at this like that. I think we might just leave it like this. Fuck it. Question is though, should I have done the same font? Just now we have a different font here. That looks a bit weird. To be fair, I could use my own font here. It's mainly the numbers that I can't. Well, theoretically I could, but it's way more annoying. Because then I would have to make the sprites for each number and set those correctly from whatever it's supposed to show. Because you can see behind this text that I did like just add my own font here first for testing purposes. But obviously it's not as convenient. I think we might just call this fine. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother about it. I think this is good enough. Let me change the... let's do a color tint instead. I don't like when they scale. Sure. Okay, that one... Why is there like a different style here? Surprisingly, it works really well for the TV, though. I don't know, does that have to do with the sizing? It doesn't. Why can I, like, see the individual pixels here? I couldn't on the other one. Oh, sorry guys, we do have some ads running at the moment. That's a bit odd, but you know what? It actually kind of works for the TV. I've been wanting to play something like The Sims recently, but The Sims itself is kind of shit. And I refuse to play Inzoi because I don't like the dev. Yeah, I wonder what other games you have like that. I'm trying to think if I know any other ones that might be similar. Oh, damn, it's gonna take a long time getting used to having to click the ribbon now instead. It's a bit loud for you guys. Okay. So, one thing we need to do is just to sort out not the trailer, what am I saying? Potentially like the tutorial as well as doing a better level system. So I did try the whole thing with increments. The question is like, what is the objective here? I mean, generally, obviously the objective is to ship a lot of gifts. We do have one... I mean, technically right now we have two loose conditions. One is running out of time. Obviously I've set the time way too high now though. And the other one is incorrectly handling the gifts. So this is a good gift, so if I throw this one, that will give me a strike. This is a bad gift, so if I ship this one, that will give me a strike. And if I mess up 3 in a row, that's game over. I wonder if maybe we should make the TV into like the in-game menu completely. Could even make this a little bit bigger. Because I'm thinking about potentially doing some like a levels system where maybe we have like, you can do a practice round, which is like, I don't know, no time limit, and maybe even do no broken or fragile gifts, which also means that you cannot get any strikes. So this is basically casually just practicing. And then maybe we could have done something like, I don't know, the first proper level, which is also doesn't have any of that, but maybe now we have some time limit. But it can't only be a time limit. In that case, it needs to be like a set amount, like deliver, I don't know, 20 gifts. I don't even know if we should do deliver. We could do handle. So like, later on throwing a broken gift counts as one. And then, you know, basically we would just continue with this and successively introduce more stuff. So then we have something like maybe handle 30 gifts with a time limit, but now we start having broken gifts as well. And that would be level 2. And then, I don't know, level 3 is to handle 40 gifts with a time limit, broken and fragile gifts. Basically making it go harder and harder. Slowly introducing the different types of gifts and stuff. Chirpy has made a game about being a warehouse worker. Yeah, pretty much. How about gifts per minute? Infinite time, but you have to go at a high speed. Yeah. The thing is that I feel like there needs to be an endpoint though. Unless you skipped the levels and just had... You could also do it with a... Rather than having levels, you need to keep a certain... like gifts per minute or whatever it might be. We should do the thing where you have a timer constantly going down and then you get small increments for every gift that you ship, so you constantly get a little bit more time. And then what we would do instead is tie this stuff to amount shipped. So you would do something where like after 10 gifts we start introducing the broken ones, and like after 25 gifts shipped we start introducing the fragile ones. Need an option for a random conveyor build speed surges for some extra difficulty, like it's all janky and goes fast. Slow, fast, slow, fast. Gifts per minute too low, you ruin Christmas and you should feel bad. We could do the thing where you actually... Just right now, you get a new gift whenever you ship one, right? You could have made it so that they continue coming in and like it's more so about the... Because the nice thing there, in terms of like what the objective or like what the difficulty is that we can easily start making these appear quicker and quicker. And maybe if you don't manage to do one in time, we slide that away. There is, however, a slight issue here with the way I handle some of these systems. Because some, like the trash system and so on, would break if we start having multiple toys in the scene at the same time. So that would require a bit of a refactor. Because I'm fairly certain that if we would send in a new gift now and I click the trash can, I think I would toss both, which would be an issue. That's why I sometimes feel like the time limit with increments could work. And the way you could, if you want to make it more and more stressful, the way you could potentially do that is to make the increment less and less until it's almost impossible. The reason why I think having a time limit can be bad is specifically for like the learning part. Like we want to make sure that someone understands what to do before they run out of time. So that's why I'm kinda thinking about having a practice run. Maybe we just do a little tutorial. Because we could fairly easily do one with... If we do a little level select type thing. Like, I'm basically thinking that you could have it so that when you first go into the game, we don't show any of these. Like, we make a few different TV screens or whatever. And then here we could basically do, like, you know, select level. And then we could basically do the tutorial. Or the actual thing. The question is... It would be nice to make a tutorial without text. But I can't really do that for like fragile and broken ones. I mean, to be fair, I did make this one, which I haven't put into the game yet. But this is a I do think this is objectively kind of a bad tutorial. Because you're gonna open this up, you're gonna read through this, and then when you start playing, you're gonna forget about it. %2 chance of a bomb being on the conveyor belt and you have to throw it out the window. Yeah, we did mention something similar before. I think that could be quite interesting. You ever see the classic scene from I Love Lucy, US show with the conveyor belt? I don't think so. And apparently I'm not allowed to see it. Video unavailable. It's a proper US show. I thought we wanted to induce panic. I think we do want that, but we want to do it at the right moment. Advent calendar, the more days you open, the harder it gets. I think we should have a sound effect whenever you do something correctly as well. I think that would be good. Because right now, if I toss this, we get a bad sound. So you know that, okay, you fucked up. And when I ship that, that's nothing. I think that would be neat if we can just have a little cling sound effect or whatever. Whenever you do the correct thing. I'm gonna load the volume for you guys, because this could be loud. Let's see what I have here. Cash register. That should actually work. That should also work. That's way too much. That one's pretty good. Maybe. I might do this one actually. Is that one or... I'm gonna try the coin one, I think. So we have a failed sound effect, so let's do a, I don't know, correct sound effect or something. We're gonna do the coin pickup. Full pitch, maybe lower the volume a little bit, slight pitch variation is probably good. Let's see, I think right now this is basically handled by the gift itself, isn't it? Oh no, I think the game manager handles it. You're the one that checks if it was correct or not. Gift ship. If it is bad or fragile, failed. Otherwise, yeah, so this is basically, it was okay. In that case, audio manager dot instance play correct. Then I think we're gonna copy that. Gift discarded. If it was a bad gift, then we also do correct. Or just the advent channels, but just 25 is a lot, yeah. Yeah, I think that's nice. It's getting a bit more feedback that you indeed did the correct thing. It takes a little bit long before you can put this on. There I clicked multiple times. I guess that's because I wait quite a bit before switching the object. I guess I should make that one quicker too. Because it is kinda slow. Yeah, I might see if we can make that quicker. What's that, like grab lid or something? Here. Do local move, 0.25, lid object do local move on complete switch state. So it's 0.4 second, almost half a second. I think that's too much. I think we're gonna do something like have the entire thing be like a quarter of a second. So we do like 0.15 here, and then we do just 0.1 here. It's gonna be a little bit snappier. Techbox North, welcome in, man. How you doing? Yeah, that's better. I can still click too early there. And it is mainly that one. All the other ones can almost be done immediately. Shit, maybe it should be even quicker. Maybe this should just be 0.05 and this should be 0.1. Definitely speeding it up quite a lot here, but I think it's better for this to be a bit too quick rather than too slow. Now you can almost not tell what's happening though. It's very quick. Okay. I think this can be the quickest. But it needs to be longer than a frame, which at say like 30 frames per second. 0.03. I can't make this a lot quicker. Instead of stopping at the end of the conveyor, what about a gap the gift can fall into, then negative points, it just slowly, continuously moves? Yeah, I did think about that too. Once again, the issue is that I didn't build my systems with that in mind. So I'm gonna have to refactor a bit to get that to work. Because the issue right now is basically that I can't have two toys visible at once. Because that breaks some of the other systems. And to make that make sense, we basically... Because then we need to make it so that while you're doing this one, a new one can slide in. But I think that would... like, it would work very good from like a upping the difficulty thing. Because basically... we don't really even need a time limit per se. Instead we can just make this go quicker and quicker until you can't do it. So I think it would be nice, it's just whether or not we want to do the refactor to get that to work. Birdson, welcome in. I think that might be the best thing though. I kinda need to make the conveyor sound a little bit shorter. Yeah, just I made it way quicker. But now the sound effect of the conveyor continues for almost like 2 seconds. So I even think that if I would be quick enough, I can almost even get them to overlap. Yeah, I definitely need to shorten that one. T-Bad, welcome in. And like I said, it would be a good way of kinda introducing the mechanics one at a time as well. Because then even instead of doing a score, we can keep it like gifts handled based. So it's just the number of gifts that you have handled correctly. And depending on that one, we can make this go quicker, we can make more like different gifts appear. Because I think it's a mistake doing all of the gifts at once in terms of like the broken gifts and the fragile gifts. Like, I think generally speaking in any game like this, or almost in any game whatsoever, you do kind of want to introduce the mechanics kind of one by one. So technically at first we could even have the bin and the plastic disabled, so you can't even see those. So the only thing you can do is to just handle the gift normally. But then we kind of need level based, because it would be weird if these just appear while you're doing it. That would be more level based, I think. "76 lines of meta table magic are done, and I finally have simple XY vectors that support plus minus, etc. No, I did really not totally enjoy that much more than actual game code. I did. Yeah, I think I think the game could potentially be, like, the stress part of it I think would be more fun if rather than being stressed by a timer, you get stressed by more gifts appearing and you not having time to grab them, basically. From a teaching perspective, I think it would be easier to teach the mechanics if we had a level-based progression. Because then we could introduce these objects like one at a time and so on. It's kind of tricky. I don't know exactly how I want to go about it here. Technically, I think I should refactor my system as well, because we do have this weird thing with the toys in general, where if I grab this one, say I did need the fragile thing for this, if I close this, I can't open it again, so you're kind of fucked here. But the issue is that, once again, it requires a bit of a refactor, because if I open this one, there's nothing in it, because technically I've destroyed the toy at this time. But that isn't too bad, like, we could sort that out. Then we could easily have the thing where more gifts appear. If it takes you too long, then either they fall down, or we could even slide them away. Yeah, I need to figure this out. This is the main thing that we really need to do to get this to a fully finished state. Figure out like how the actual core loop should function in terms of like objective or whatever, and loose conditions. It would definitely be more stressful to have these start appearing when you're not ready, compared to just having to keep an eye on a timer. Just a good thing then is that we can even... We can basically get rid of the timer and only do this by the 3 strike system. Which means that we can also make the game like theoretically infinite, if you're quick enough. Not that I know, what is the quickest time I can do now? Let's see, does it start when I grab the gift? No, it's from when I ship one. I'm probably slower now though, since I need to click the new ribbon button. Maybe not. .8 seconds, 2.3 seconds. Okay, it's not that different, to be honest. Now obviously it takes longer when you get a fragile gift. Okay. Give me just a moment and I will be right back. Just a minute or so. Cheers. And we are back. Okay, how do we want to do this? That is the question. First of all, is this not pixel perfect? That looks a bit odd, doesn't it? What's that? That should be called the bin. There we go. Yeah, maybe we should do the refactor so that we can get multiple toys. I'm only hesitant because of the, like, teaching the mechanics. The nice thing about having levels... To be fair, we could have both, though. Because that system could function even if we did a level-based system. Because if we only have like the, say, the endless mode, and that's where you start, I still think it would be good to introduce stuff, the mechanics one at a time. But then we can't have these spawn in randomly. That would feel odd. At the same time, like, in the middle of doing this, I can't have a pop-up up here, being like... Broken gifts must be thrown away. I don't want to go too fucking scope creep either. This wasn't meant to be a huge game. It is very possible that I might make a similar, more proper game at some point. Kind of based with the same mechanics, but not in a Christmas theme. Just not gonna lie, this is actually surprisingly fun. I do find it quite satisfying. Obviously I have to see whether people agree with that or not, but... And obviously we've only spent a few days on this. Imagine if I spent like a few months on a game like this. I think we could get a pretty good product. No labels, so I guess everybody just gets random gifts. Yes, that is the case. I did think about labels. I think that type of stuff, having like actual... I mean, in the context of this game, it would have been like having a wish list and you have to like label stuff correctly. I think that would have been a pretty good way of making the game a lot deeper. So if we make like a full version of this, I think having some system like that could be pretty good. And obviously if we move away from the Christmas theme, it would be something like orders and deliveries instead. So you throw junk in the trash? Yes indeed. So whenever you get a bad gift you have to toss it. And whenever you get a fragile gift, such as this one, you have to also wrap it in bubble wrap. And that's why I mean, like, I feel like it would be good introducing those one at a time. So maybe at first there's only good gifts, then you start getting broken ones, and then later on you start getting fragile ones. That's why I feel like a level system could work pretty well, but yeah, I'm actually a bit indecisive here as to how I want to do this. At least for this version. Lurking, thank you very much for lurking, Birdsong. Appreciate ya. One way to easily fix this is to actually force the player, like a way that we could introduce having multiple toys, would be to force the player to actually grab them, because then you can only have one here. Then we can very easily check and make sure that when you try to throw an item away, we only take the ones on the table. So then if there was multiple here, that wouldn't make a difference. Obviously it does add an extra click. Like you wouldn't be able to do this anymore. Instead you would have to go boom boom. You never have to really move the mouse away from here though, which is good. Then again, I'm gonna need to calculate like where to put these, because I can't put them all in the same exact spot, right? Like each one would have to be a bit more to the left. If you can stack multiple dice. Otherwise, maybe when the next one comes, that knocks the first one off, and that's when you lose a point. Just remove the bug, unless most other bugs I remove it was alive and through my sister's room. How about making some kind of animation on the conveyor belt to convey the idea of them moving? Was that a nice little pun there? Is that what I just heard? We could easily move this one out and toss it down if you don't grab it in time. That would make it so we could theoretically get rid of the time limit. It would be pretty neat. I should have made a better tutorial as well. Don't know how to structure that. The question is also, should there be like a proper win state? Or should, if we do levels, should everyone be infinite, or should it be like a win state? Like you could make going through 100 gifts, that's how you win, no matter which one, but each one gets more difficult. We'll just do one big level, but then, unless I have the tutorial, maybe that's what I do, maybe I do a tutorial mode and then the actual game mode. And in the tutorial I can just have one of each items appear. Because then I know the player has experienced each one. And then there's no issue with introducing them. Okay, let me do this. Something I know I want to do no matter what is to slightly change this system. So, I'm going to have... I think I'm gonna have 3 lists of game objects here. So we're gonna have presents, which are like the... basically the good ones. And then we're gonna have broken presents. And then finally we're gonna have fragile presents, which is going to include both of the broken and the fragile normal ones. And then we could actually just have one used presents list. That does mean that we're gonna... No, because I think it would be nice if we could add a weight to this. Basically change how often these appear. This would be it. Spawn new present. Now I randomize it with all of them. To be fair though, if I teach the mechanics correctly, I don't really need to do this. Maybe this is unnecessary. If we do like a proper tutorial, I think then it's kind of more fine for all of these to appear at once. Okay, let's do this. Let's add the new ones. And to make that easier, I'm actually gonna remove everything here. And I'm gonna lock this. I'm gonna go into my prefabs. I'm gonna select all of these except for the base toy. And I'm gonna throw you in here. 29. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 3, 6, 9. That is correct. Now we should be able to get every single gift. I wouldn't be surprised if I messed one of these up though. Let's see, this should not be bad, not fragile. That one is bad. That one is fragile. Neither. Bad, neither. Fragile. Neither, bad. Boom, boom, boom. Bad. Fragile. Bad and fragile. That one is gonna be fucking tricky, man. I guess that is the one tricky thing if I don't introduce these different types successively. There's a chance that someone will see a broken version before they see the real version. And like this one could easily be mistaken as a good toy, especially if you haven't seen this one before. Because I think some of these, like these are fairly intuitive that they are bad. So is the deflated football. These are a bit more iffy. This one is also, like, if you've seen this one, it's fairly obvious. Like, when you see these next to each other, I feel like it's fairly obvious that this is a bad version. But if this was the only one you've seen, I don't know if it's as intuitive. that one is tricky, man. I don't know if that one maybe is too difficult. I feel like it's not obvious enough that that one is a bad one. Okay. How many good gifts do I have? It's like half, and no, it's more than half of them. I could do something where we made sure that you go through every good one first. Otherwise, you are gonna learn a bit by brute force in the beginning. I think it's quite likely. Whoops. It's a little bit weird that too. Taking this before you have the gift. So sure, I clicked that a few times and it didn't work. I might not rage host alpha pixels though. That could be it. Whoops. What did I do? Was that fragile? Or was it bad? Yeah, you need some pressure. Like, it's hard to make this into an actual game without any type of pressure. And I feel like either it has to be more toys appearing quicker and quicker, or doing the whole thing about having a time limit. You do need one of them. Because otherwise, there's no reason to stress. And if the only condition, the only loose condition is to ship them incorrectly, that's just gonna make you way slower. Yeah, one thing we should do, you know, there are some... I cannot ship this game without a proper restart button. So we could always try to sort that out. Maybe do like an actual game over scene. Yeah, I need to figure out what I want to do with the actual game mode here. Sorry guys, we have some ads running at the moment. Valcock, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, man. Maybe we should do one tutorial and then like a endless game mode that just functions the same as this. But yeah, I feel like if we do that, we kind of need to have like a more proper tutorial for the player. And then I guess we wouldn't really need a score per se. Unless, I mean, the main reason why we have a score right now is so that we can give different amounts of points depending on if you ship a gift or if you toss a gift, since one is quicker than the other. I don't know if that is super important though. Obviously there's gonna be some RNG to it, but in the end, like, I do suppose you could argue that the longer you last, the less that RNG is gonna matter, because it should probably get more, you know, more consistent for everyone. Like, the longer you play, the closer to, like, the average amount of bad gifts versus good gifts you should get, I suppose. Well, it's actually, to be fair, it's pretty much guaranteed now, since I just have one big list with all of them. There was a problem before when I could send in the same gift multiple times in a row. So technically, even though we picked them randomly, every time you go through the 29 gifts or whatever, you are always going to have the same amount of bad, good and fragile gifts. So actually that doesn't really matter that much anymore. The good thing is that I could make these appear slower as well. I could go back to having them very slowly scroll in here. Since we can now have more gifts at the same time. Just... yeah, there needs to be some time pressure. Do need to have either the timer or more gifts. So then, as we said, we could have a loose condition where if you don't grab this one in time, say one scrolls in now, if you don't finish this gift in time, that one's gonna fall and you're gonna lose a point. And then we should get rid of the timer, do like amount of gifts or something, and then show a high score instead. Maybe do one tutorial section, so that's a different game mode you can pick. And there's basically only 3 things we need to teach. I need to first teach the player how to just wrap a normal gift. Then you teach them how to throw a bad gift. And then you teach them what to do with the fragile gifts. Okay. I think it seems like the most convenient, the less scope creepy thing to do here is actually to put more effort in the tutorial, so I don't have to worry that much about the game mode. So I think we should do that. So I'm gonna make something here. Let's see, let's get rid of this. Yeah. That will mean though, I'm gonna need... Let's do this. I think it could work pretty nicely to have, instead of these, since we're gonna have 3 items in the tutorial, or 3 things to teach, we could just make this into like 3 check marks. And once you've gone through each one, you have basically finished the tutorial. So we can do one of these. And then when that one is checked, we just do some shit like this to show that you are done with this. Save that one too. It does mean that I am going to need a new sprite for this one. We basically just get rid of that. Okay, that's step 1. And then, how you doing, Damien? How's your game going? Block that out. I wonder if I should make the TV bigger. Nah, I'm good. I'm kind of thinking that we could do buttons on here. You know what, let me actually get rid of this. And then let's see, TV. Yeah, let's just get rid of those instead. I do need it to be intuitive that these would be buttons though. About to push an update so I can get some testing done. I think I'll stream some work later. Nice, man. Is it weird to click here though? Maybe we do a menu first. Just pops up where you get to choose whether you want to do the tutorial. Start the normal game mode. I guess, or go back to the menu. Or what we also could do could have this in the actual main menu. Just have a tutorial button in the main menu. Some games do that. Then I could technically do like a tutorial scene instead, I suppose. I mean, I could still do that and just move to that scene from this one. It doesn't really matter. Also winding down my business relationship with my artist. I have all the assets I really need from them. And it's high time of working my own art skills. Ooh, interesting. So, do you have like one artist that's done most of the art so far for the game? What's up, Tama? How you doing, man? Welcome in. The only thing that scares me about this is whether or not it's going to be intuitive enough that this is that these are buttons. I guess I should make them like... you know, kinda... shine or like... fade between two colors or something to make it obvious that this is where you need to interact first. I've been working on my art skills the past few days and it's so fun. Numbers are lame, I've decided. Yeah, I worked with a small studio, maybe 2-3 artists at a time. They made 95% of the 3D art and 90% of the 2D art in the game. Okay. And they did all the marketing art. Oh, I see. So like the, I assume then the capsule art and that stuff as well. Yeah, maybe I should just do the TV as the main thing here. Could have... Guess I should put a restart button up here too. I'm being surprisingly indecisive today, I'm noticing. But I'm kind of thinking about doing the in-game menus here. I guess I could skip having the tutorial there too and actually do another button. Maybe first time you boot up the game, we asked, do you want to see the tutorial? And if you click no, you never see that again. Then what we could do, in case someone actually would change their mind, is basically something like this. That does not look good. And then what we should do is here, for example, have something like this. I should probably do this with the in-game text. But then we should basically have a, you know, game over thing. Maybe show your score. And then we do like a restart button. Okay, let's just play around and see what we can do here. Let me get rid of this. I'm gonna save that. Let's see, crosses. Okay, so all of these should be under a parent object called I don't know, play mode or something. I'm going to duplicate these crosses. And let's see here, we need to get some of the new stuff we've done. We are going to grab that one. All of these should now be that one instead, and I suppose you should always be enabled, as well as these two. Let me just double check that that works. That seems fine. And then there we would switch to the game over one instead. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm just gonna duplicate that one. Gonna disable you. We are going to call this something like game over. We don't need the crosses. Gonna have a title first, I think, which is going to say game over. Might as well make it ready. Yeah, I guess we still show the score. And then we have like restart button. Maybe. We could actually animate this in a pretty simple manner. Like, we could just flip the text. It needs to be obvious that this is a interactable element, if I'm gonna do this kind of diegetically, which I'm for some reason doing. I probably don't need to do it. I think it would be maybe better to just do a conventional menu that pops up here. It's not as fun though. Yeah, maybe this is silly. Maybe we should just do a... Maybe we make it high score based. Sure. Wonder if I should reuse this thing. Couldn't I make this into one of those sliced sprites? Technically. I think I could. I think there's another misconception in the indie dev scene. People see the indie success and don't realize there's decades of experience that got them that. Yeah, I think that's common. I think it's easy to underestimate the difficulty in making a commercially successful game. Like, yeah, I think that's the general gist of it. Boom Trout, how are we doing? We still have color art here? We do indeed. I don't know, I feel like I'm struggling today. I'm having a lot of... I don't know, I feel like I'm being very indecisive, which is a bit annoying. I don't know exactly how I want this UI to function. And it probably doesn't matter that much, to be honest. This is probably me being, like, overthinking this. But yeah, I don't know exactly how I want this to work. I know we should make a better tutorial. I should have buttons pop down here as well. If you want it to be fancy like that. Also question whether you should force the player into the tutorial the first time. Not that I really know exactly how to handle the tutorial either. I know one thing I'm gonna have to do, which... Okay, I am gonna need a proper start button. Because right now the game automatically starts when you go in here. And the timer starts when you grab the toy. But I think we shouldn't even spawn the toy at first. There should be a moment for you to actually select whether you want a tutorial or if you want to start playing normally. Maybe even do a little countdown. And then maybe a more proper game over thing here. Yeah, we basically need a start or restart button. And we need a way to access the tutorial. That is the general gist of it. I'm having some silly ideas where I could do something where we actually... The shadow is kinda nice. It kinda ruins my idea here. Let me see here. Like we could have... If anybody having two buttons that slide down under this one. Damn, that's way too big. To be fair, I should use the new font we have, then I should actually make it smaller. Just put that on there instead. But yeah, basically something like this. And then what we should do is, if you press start, it should do like a little countdown thing here. Maybe, maybe. And then you switch to that one once we start, and then we have the thingy coming in. How does this font look if I make it way bigger? It's kind of fine. I think we could reuse this font as well. Which means, actually, we should skip all of this. Okay, so let's do this. Game Manager, where are you? If game is not started, return. That's good. So the question is, how do you start game? Is game started? False. Oh yeah, game starts when you toy picked up. Is game started? True. So we disable that. And then, I guess in await, do I... Ludo Goliath, welcome in, man. How you doing? Love the art. Thank you very much, man. Hope you had a good weekend. Let's see, where do I actually trigger this stuff? If game is not started, return... Oh, this is... Oh yeah, wait, no, it spawns the first present. Yeah. That one is spawned automatically. So we can just remove that gift. And then what we're actually gonna do here is have a new public void called start game, which is going to set is game started equal to true. Well, actually not. This is going to start an IE enumerator. So we're gonna make a private IE enumerator called, I don't know, starting game or something. What we're gonna do here is say we're gonna have a reference to a game object, which is the TV thing. Let's see, let's start at the top. We're gonna go Text Mesh Pro UGUI, which is going to be the countdown text. Then we can enable and disable that object. And then we're gonna have the score. This is not going to be a text, this is going to be a game object. I don't know, scoreboard or some shit like that. Now, starting game, we can say that the scoreboard should be deactivated and the countdown text dot text should be equal to 3. And then that game object should be enabled. It'll return new, wait 4 seconds. We're gonna wait 1 second. You're doing good, nice to hear, man. I'm doing quite good. Excited to try and finish this game. We'll see, I'm not even sure we're gonna be able to do it today. This was a little side project we started. Started it on Christmas Day with the intention of finishing it, but We dabble a little bit in scope creep over here, so it's still not done. But so far, I'm feeling good about it. In case anyone coming in is curious, you can check out the demo for the main game I'm working on called Shroud of Gloom. Rematch, welcome in, man, how you doing? Okay, so now obviously this text should be set to 2. I should probably do a for loop here. But I can't be bothered, so you know what? I'm not gonna do it. And then we're just gonna wait one more, and then the last thing we do is to say that the countdown text dot game object set active false, and then is game started equals true. So start game, you should now of course start the coroutine starting game. Now we just need a way to trigger that, which is what we're gonna do as well, is go to the toy transform, and I'm gonna remove that one. Now nothing is going to happen. Can grab that one though. That might actually be a problem. Oh yeah, there is one more thing. At the very end here we need to spawn a new present. You know what we probably should do? We should do some states here or something. State... so this is going to be the actual game state. We're gonna have... maybe none... gameplay... and tutorial, something like that. Is game over? Why do I even need that one? We'll see, I'm gonna think about that one. Slow day at work, happy to be home, nice man. Coding is such a cool talent. Have you tried any coding, Ludo? Are you a fellow game developer as well? My camera moves very smoothly and then overshoots and wiggles back and forth around the destination. Okay, so now... I think I'm gonna do the buttons thing here. I kinda like that idea. I'm like just start and a tutorial button, or restart and tutorial. First time we go into the scene, we just slide that one down. The player gets to pick between starting the game or... I guess I could make that one an interactable as well, couldn't I? Highlight object, set default color. Yeah, why not? Okay, I'm gonna just do something silly here first. Let's set this to none. So this would basically be our start button. So I'm gonna have you call the game manager and say start game, just to check whether that works or not. Almost. Just need to set up the rest of the references. So scoreboard is going to be this one. Countdown text, that one I don't actually have. So let's duplicate this one. I'm gonna put you here. I'm gonna call you countdown. I'm going to disable this. Gonna do a number here, and I'm gonna make you way bigger. Something like that. I'm gonna disable you. You know what we should do? We should have another one. Let's leave that for now. Let's just leave this empty. Let's go to the game manager. Assign the countdown text just to see whether this works or not. Don't know how to code, but I like watching people doing it. Did you do the art too? I did indeed. No one knows how to code, we're all just guessing all the time and sometimes it works. You know what? That's kinda true. Isn't Unity's blueprint system really good? I don't know. I've actually never tried it. I haven't tried any visual scripting. But I know Unity does have it. Okay. So that kind of does work. Let's make sure to play the conveyor sound effect at the end. And it would be nice to have a little beep sound when it counts down. Oh, sorry if that's really loud for you guys. Let me lower the volume. Okay, so we should use like that one. Boom. Oh, I have an actual timer. That's not really what I'm looking for here, though. I don't know if just doing that beep over and over again is gonna work, though. Maybe, let's try it. Fuck it. Audio system, let's add a new sound effect. Let's pass in that one and call this beep. Let's maybe do full volume, I don't know, we'll see. Oh, you tried some Scratch? I did enjoy it, but I also like making art more than coding. Also very bad at math. To be fair, I wouldn't say I'm good at math either. Like, I mean, it does depend on the game you're doing, but so far I found that, like, yeah, at least depending on the game you're doing, you actually don't really need that much complex math when it comes to programming. And in the places where you do, it is fine to just look it up, so I wouldn't let that stop you. But at the same time though, like, if you just probably don't enjoy it, then, you know, it's fine being a game artist as well. I started coding because I had to, but I actually ended up realizing that I quite like it. I actually think it's quite fun. But I do think it's fair to say that that's not going to be the case for everyone, right? Three, two, one. Okay, so audio manager, play beep. I really should make a for loop here, but I'm so bad at math, my camera runs in the opposite direction it's supposed to right now. Yeah, the cool thing about gamedev is that you set your own rules or scope. You can say I suck at math. Okay, perfect. I'll make a game that involves no math. I don't suck at math, but I've hardly used any math in my current project. Yeah, like, I definitely, you know, I've done a fair amount of projects so far, at least started them, and there's very few times that I've used any, like, real complex math. But obviously, this does depend on exactly what type of game you're doing. Like, potentially if you're making some huge, like, I don't know, life simulator type thing, you know, maybe you'd need a bunch of it. Or if you're doing, like, I don't know, some crazy procedural generation, maybe, I don't know. Math is not fun anymore. I do like coding, but I still have to trick my brain by using finished art. I'll take, but math stopped being fun after primary school. I don't even know if I found it fun in primary school, to be honest. Okay. Definitely feels like there should be more of a... we kind of need to have some type of a start sound, I think. Ah, fuck it. I'm just gonna try this one. Sure thing. Sound effects is fairly easy to change if we want to. Start. Boom. Let's see, so now at the very last one here, we are also going to say that we should play the start sound effect. It feels a bit odd not having any type of thing happen at the end. Okay, so it doesn't seem like it enables the play mode thing correctly. Oh, because I never enable it, of course. Scoreboard, let's duplicate that one, move you down here, and we're gonna say true. And then I think it would be fun looking into having them just spawn. It would take a bit more work. So we could also keep this timer with the increment. Because right now, every time you finish a package, you get a little bit more time. Obviously, you're not supposed to have 2000 seconds here. Yeah, I do think it would be a neat system to just have these ones spawn in. I could also, to minimize the workload, I could have them slide out instead. Then we can make that start going quicker and quicker. Now they might slide one in. If you take too long, it's gonna slide out and you get a strike. You can only grab them if you don't have a toy. So now I should be able to press this again. What happens then, I wonder? We don't reset it, so that is a problem. So here we should probably do something. I have a reference to the score, right? I do indeed, as well as the timer. So let's make a private float, and we're gonna do something like... I'm gonna keep the timer for now. So starting time equals, let's do 1 minute, sure. So now when we start the game, we also want to say that the score should be equal to 0. Timer should be equal to starting time. We also should need to say that is it game over is now equal to false. Failed, bum bum bum. Start coroutine game over. Game over equals true. Might as well say is game started equals false. So guys, we have some ads coming in. I'll go prepare dinner, have fun everyone. No worries Ozzy, thank you for hanging out and I'll catch you later. Yeah, I think saying math is fun is the hot take. In some respect I do agree. I enjoyed math because I could sleep through class and still figure out on the test enough on the test to pass the class. Whereas I couldn't figure out random history facts, having been asleep. Oh, you're French? Loved working on the French Revolution in history, but everything else bored me out of my mind. I feel this shouldn't pay attention in any class, so math I could just copy everything on the board and then figure it out later. Yeah, that is a good point. I don't know, I feel like I was a bit lucky when it came to score as well. I definitely did not pay as much attention as I probably should have. But it definitely was one of them things where I always managed to get by, if you know what I mean. Like, I never really had bad grades or anything, but I definitely didn't strive to have good ones either. Time, high score. My high score... Oh, I'm not updating the text, am I? Yeah, there we go. Time is going down. I think the increment here, if we do the increment thing, I think this one is pretty nice. It's enough for me to be able to, like, fight against it, but it is slowly draining still. Even when I'm being, like, fairly quick. I do manage quite well here. I mean, obviously I'm gonna have way more practice than the average player will have at first. I feel like I'm lasting pretty well. Whoops. Changed it. Should make it so if we keep this, the text shouldn't stay red when I get above 10 seconds. Should revert it back to white. Ads should be over, we'll come back. Ooh, that was fucking close. Oh my god, I'm panicking. Maybe do a similar thing here when the time runs out. And blink the time thing similarly to what we do with the crosses if you get 3 strikes. But I think this could work for the general game mode. And then now we should be able to restart again. Slightly weird, yeah, I probably need to remove the package in that case. Which is now... Now I'm gonna start getting duplicates here. I can probably start again, so yeah, we need to hide that button as well. What do I call this? store text dot text equals the timer should almost update immediately, right? I think so. I probably don't need to do that here. Gotta go badge in at the office for attendance, so I lurk. No worries, Tammer. Thank you for lurking. Appreciate ya. Okay, let's do a bit of score here. I could actually make it so that you get a little bit more score or a little bit more time when you wrap a fragile gift, since that does take a little bit longer. Well, it's basically one extra click. Wouldn't be that difficult. Okay, 56 in score, so now I'm going to lose here. Then we're gonna restart and check that the text is updated correctly. Time, score 0. It is indeed. If I wrap this, I now get 5, yeah. Okay. You know, we should probably do like a high score text as well. Something here is not pixel perfect. TV. Wait a second. Oh, the TV is a part of the background. I see. So... if I set up those correctly, then we should be able to... so that's not... okay, we're gonna do minus 0.5. And this should be something 0.5 as well, and that is indeed pixel perfect. We're gonna put you guys like... E or something? Sure. Let's change this back. Let's do this actually. Let's give a parent object here, and we're gonna do a vertical layout group. We are going to do shore upper left. Have to go. Have a nice day, y'all. No worries. Thank you for dropping by, Ludo. It was nice to have ya, and I hope to see you another time. Let's set all of these to 5, sure. Texts, we're gonna call this. Now let's do like 2 in spacing, and that should be fairly even. Sure thing, sure thing. Timer plus equals 2.5. Okay, if timer is greater than 10, then I'm gonna say if it's greater or equals to 10. In that case, I would like timer text. Is that not what I call it? Time text. The color should be set back to white. Maybe we should even do a private enumerator. Add timer increment. And we do something like float value. We can pass that in. So now we can do timer plus equals value. Time text dot color equals color dot green, so it lights up. Then we're gonna wait for like 0.25 seconds and then say time text dot color is equal to whether or not timer is greater than or equal to 10. If that is the case, I want it to be white, otherwise red. So it's gonna flash green for a second when you increment it. So now I can get rid of this. I can say start coroutine, add a timer increment, 2.5, boom. And I could even be a bit nice here and say something like int score equals, depending on if the gift was fragile. And then you can get 1 extra point if that is the case. Do plus score. And then we can do the same thing here. We can say float increment equals, depending on if it is fragile. And then maybe we can set it to, maybe we do 2.5, otherwise 2.25. So now you're gonna get slightly less. Then we pass in the increment. Gift discarded. If it was bad, then we add the score. And then here we could now also start coroutine, add timer increment, but do way less, just like 0.25 or something. But you still get a little bit of a time increment when you discard a gift as well. Because otherwise the issue is that it feels a bit unfair. If you get bad RNG and you get more bad gifts in a row, you can't actually increase the timer. It almost feels like the flash could be a little bit longer. Maybe we even do like half a second or something. I think this works pretty well. Should be a decent difficulty curve, because... But it's still... I think it might be technically impossible to continue forever now, because... I don't know, 42. Like, how long can I stay here? I mean, to be fair, we did go up to 43 there. You know what, if you're quick enough and you don't do any mistakes, you might... actually be able to play this forever. Which I guess is not a bad thing. Yeah, I might keep it like this for now. I haven't left my seat, I saw distro notifications. Wait, in my distro? No, you meant just in general? Okay, we need a proper loose thing there, so let's do this. Private I enumerated game over. I'm gonna pause in a bool whether this was... I don't know, strikeout or something. And then here, cross parent. Yeah, we can basically do something like this. Game object to flash equals, depending on whether or not it is a strikeout. If that's the case, it should be the cross parent. Otherwise, it should be the time text dot game object. Let's see, this is always activated at the end, right? It is indeed. Okay, so now here we can pass in true, and then whenever time runs out, which I guess is up here, right? If time is less than or equal to 0, is game over equals true, and in that case I want to start coroutine game over and pass in false. And now to test this, I'm gonna say that the starting time is set to 10 seconds. People responded to questions I asked, but no alert, no worries, man. Thank you for lurking. Okay. That was confusing. Obviously, I did not switch this correctly, but I also... Dun dun. Oh, is the other sound effect... Oh yeah, the other one is when you first fail, so we need to do something like this. If it's not a strikeout, then I want to play another one of these. And then here, game object to flash, we should change all of those. Now I think this should work, and it should look quite a lot better if you fail on time. I did realize that you can't really see the increment here. I think I set this to red every frame, which would be a bit unnecessary. Oh, that's a problem. I can set you inactive actually if I remove this vertical layout group. Okay, not too shabby. I'm gonna call that good enough. Let's see, where do I set the color to red? Yeah, I do this... No, but I only do this if the color isn't red. I could actually say that this should only happen if the color is white. That means you're not gonna do it when it's green. And then the other one will switch it back. No. Because then you're gonna keep on doing it continuously, and that's unnecessary. If it's not red... I guess I should just say and if time text.color is a little bit of a duct tape solution, but if it also is not green. I think that should work. Yeah. That should be fine. Maybe I should have gotten my event manager in here. I don't have events, do I? Unless... I don't have a reference to the gift, do I? I don't. Because we kinda need to destroy any gifts that might exist. As well as get rid of the package. Because we introduce a bunch of bugs if you lose while having those available. It would have been pretty neat to do this with events. It's like here, if I die now, I need this one to disappear. Kinda also this one. If you have a toy here, we could easily slide it away. Otherwise... I mean, if we want to be less fancy about it, we could just destroy it too. Because now we have two toys here, and that's a problem. Okay. I'm gonna take a short break and I'll be back in just a minute. Appreciate your patience. And we are back. Okay. So, where were we? We fixed the... Yeah, we need to figure out how to sort this out. It actually seems like there's not really an issue having multiple items here. Surprisingly. Oh no, I think it might be... Will I throw two if I grab that and then do this? No, then I only throw the one here. Oh, but that would make it impossible to throw this one, so that would cause a new issue. I guess I should revert this one's state, but I wonder if I'm going too far here. Maybe we should... We should make some new animation. Maybe we just toss the gift off screen. Cause I feel like it's too much effort to like fucking throw the lid back, unfold this one. That would be fancy, but I guess you could dump everything in the garbage too. Actually, how does that work now? Let's see, throw gift. We should still do this. I mean, actually, we should do most of this. But we don't care about this state here. We should do something like this. Rather than just returning here, if it is game over, let's see, disable all objects. Wait, do I still shake the bin here? You should actually shake yourself. That sounds a bit odd, but I shouldn't need that one. Do I even need to do this? Greater than front folded. I know I'm copy-pasting code here, but oh well. See, I'm still playing the sound effect here too. Doing a lot of unnecessary stuff. Get rid of that one too. Get rid of this. Let's see, disable all objects. Yeah. And then no matter what, we want to set the state to none at the very end. Don't need to play the conveyor sound effect. Okay, that's what we do if it's game over. Interact if it's game over, return. I'm gonna do this. Let's do a public void. Bin the things. I'm gonna throw this stuff in here, and then here we are gonna call it. So now I should treat this without that, so that should be fine. Now the toy. Let's see, throw. Game manager is game over. I technically should not need to do this. Because you can't click on the thing if it is game over anyway, so we can just get rid of that. Now, game manager, you can have a reference to the bin. I'm not really caring too much about code structure here. This is getting a bit messy, but I just want to get this version of the game to work, and then we'll call it a day, and we can make a more proper game and call this the prototype at some other time. Let's see, game over, bum bum bum. I guess we can do this pretty much straight away. Probably. Bin the things. Let's see if that works. I think it might. So I want to have both now. I'm gonna start this, I'm gonna grab one of those. And then get a toy in here, and then I'm just gonna let the time run out. Okay, so that one did not work. But we did throw the toy. Now we only have one. Okay, it's throwing the toy correctly. It's not throwing... Oh, I know why. Because if it manages to throw the toy, we don't throw the gift. I could call these individually as well, but that feels unnecessary. Okay, fuck it, I'm gonna copy paste code. I'm just gonna do this. Here I'm gonna remove the else statement. I guess wait, I could check for game over as well. Why is that sus, Kita? Have I, let's see, bin the thing? Yeah, what if I set game over to true and then we bin the things? Now, we could still do this. And then... I guess I could save a boolean here and do this as another if state, or... I shouldn't trigger this... Yeah, I would cause issues if I triggered that... automatically, or if I triggered it twice. So I can't just do this. That's gonna cause issues. So that could trigger twice. I mean, I could... No, that's so bad. I could check if it's not game over here. Copy paste is great for stealing content from other developers. Shouldn't do it within the same project. That is a good point. To be fair though, I've gone past the point of spaghetti code with this project. So I'm kind of given up on trying to have a good code strategy. I just want to finish this. Which might bite me in the arse later, but oh well. Loud and sometimes, yeah, sounded sus, yeah. There's definitely some weird stuff going on here. I don't know. I have no idea how I would make the tutorial here either. I mean, I guess you can't get game over in the tutorial. Or we go back to just having the one bad tutorial, but it would be nice to have a more proper one. Do you still have the wrapping state as static? That's a good question. Do I? Current state? I think so. It is indeed static. Ooh. Wait. Cheater. We're having some good ideas here. Yeah. If the toy is not equal... this doesn't even need to be an else statement. Because we can just check if we have gone past the point where we would have destroyed the toy and check either if that is the case or if it is game over. We could do this. If gift.current state is greater than or equal to state.frontfolded, that means we must have destroyed the toy. If that is the case, or if it's game over, then you throw it. That should work for both. Clever. I think it should. Hashtag not cheater, knowing my codebase better than I. Okay, so let's just leave it here. First. That did throw both. Now... those seem to be working as well. Yeah, this seems functional. Now I just remember every programming scene you've committed. Isn't states the perfect place to have a static one? I feel like that's the greatest place to do. So convenient to be able to check a static state. Okay. You know what, I think I've managed to tune this pretty well to the point where I think if you are skilled enough, this could theoretically go on forever. Like I'm almost managing to keep the timer up while doing some misclicks and stuff. Holy shit, that was close. No! Maybe the state should be checked by the game object that holds the data. Fair point. I think the FSM is just split into too many small places where it could basically be one script. Wait, FSM? Why is that? Oh, the state machine? Yeah, I suppose that... Do you mean that, like... But would you have a... Do you mean in the sense that, like, it's only the... It's only the gift itself that should be able to check it, so you would have that one provided for others? Well, technically, I suppose the whole thing is that if I would have implemented my event system here, nothing would have had to check the state other than the gift. So I think my main issue here, in terms of why things are quite a bit coupled right now, is that I didn't bother introducing the event system. Because if we had that, I think... Yeah, I think I should have decoupled like most of this. That's basically what I did in Shroud of Gloom as well, to be fair. Okay, I don't know about doing a tutorial here. Like, I think doing the tutorial is gonna be way more difficult than it might seem. Especially since we have a bit of spaghetti code now. That's why you would select a tutorial mode, that would switch this to something else. Then I could have the game manager spawn in a specific item, tell the player how to handle that one. I'm kinda wondering if I should make sure that you can't fuck those up. Yeah, you could have just sent the events to the main script instead of processing wrapping logic in a wrapping game object, etc. Yeah. No, I think that is a good point. I think the good thing about doing one of these quick little prototypes is that you do realize pretty quickly what not to do. Do you know what I mean? Because like the decisions I made in the beginning, which seemed like good decisions, like for example only having one gift wrapper as an example, that seemed like a good decision, because why should I need to instantiate it and destroy it? That seems more unnecessary. But now I realize that it causes a bunch of other issues when I only have one. Like for example, say theoretically that someone was so quick so you could actually get 2 of these gifts on the conveyor belt at the same time. Like that would not work here, since I have 2. Or since I have only one of these objects. And it would have made it a lot easier to like actually like legitimately place the toy inside of it. Which I'm not doing right now, which is the whole reason why we like destroy the toys, which adds a bunch of extra duct tape logic on top of it. Now obviously this is not the most ambitious project, but with that being said, I do think we could have... I think there's a lot of things here we could have handled a little bit better. I need to make sure this stuff doesn't work too. But you should not be able to interact with these before you've started. Should probably update the high score text as well. It's fairly easy to do. Store text, duplicate that one, rename it into high store text. And then whenever, I guess you always end with game over. Yeah, there's no way to not get game over. I think spaghetti code is almost necessary in prototyping. Yeah, I think so as well, because in the end, for a small project like this, it's not really worth it thinking too much about good code structure and stuff, like at least to some extent, because it's still the whole thing where, you know, the project we are working on right now, at least this version of it, doesn't warrant perfect code in any sense. Obviously I'm using perfect code loosely here, but you know what I mean. Whereas like, if we do decide to make a proper game out of this, which I'm kind of interested in doing, to be honest, in that case, you know, I would start over and actually make sure that everything has a good base. Yeah, exactly. If you start building too solid foundation, you're going to spend too much time and also feel reluctant to fix game design or innovate mechanics further. Yeah, just the thing is also, when we started this, I didn't know what we wanted to do, right? So it's hard to actually structure the code perfectly in that sense. I do suppose that, like, still, if I would have structured it better, that would probably have made it easier to change tools or whatever, but once again, it's a balance of time, right? It's like how much time you want to put into it, really. And for a prototype, like, you know, a lot of the time the goal isn't to spend too much time, or rather the goal is to spend as little time as possible, just quickly try something, right? Okay. High score, game over. I'm just gonna do player prefs. So I guess at the very end, we should do something like if player prefs dot get int high score defaulted to 0. Is equal, no, is less than score. If that is the case, then score, no. I want to do something with the high score text. And then we want to say that, let's say player prefs dot set int
Lupo_1 challenges the community to a marble race.
Let's do it. We're gonna set that to our score. And then here we can just hard code it. Let's do the marble race after the ads, so everyone who wants to can join. We can set this to store. Unless, have I No, I don't reset the store until you restart. And also this is supposed to be set to... what? High score, boom, score. And then we need a way to load this as well. So I guess we do that in await, fuck it. Highscore text.text is equal to highscore space boom playerpress get int highscore defaulted to 0. Let's see if that works. Probably should assign it. That's probably a good idea. Store text 1 boom. Do you see my message? I do now. Ads ended. My ISP is being a bitch with Twitch. Why? Are you having problems? Okay, score is 0. Now, can I try starting here? Can I toss that one? Okay, so now we have 7 in score. And now the high score updated. Obviously if we restart, the high score is still going to be 7, and then of course the interesting thing is that if we restart fully, then indeed high score is set to 7. Easy peasy. That's how quickly you could do a low effort high score system. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a little marble race. Sometimes it doesn't get delivered, sometimes it doesn't load. Mr. Lupo, do you have a preferred map? Let's also boot up a little prediction, as the new tradition is, whether or not you think that our challenger, Mr. Lupo, will win. If you wanna gamble some challenge points, you can do so right now. And if anyone wants to join the race with some marbles, type !join in the chat. You have about 1 minute and 40 seconds left to gamble some points if you want to. Hamster Hammer, how you doing? Welcome in. We have Luasoft, Boom Trout, Hamster Hammer, Lupo and Cheetah in the race so far. Currently no bets placed. If anyone else wants to join, type !join in the chat. If you do want to gamble when you can't see it, you might have to click view all. I know sometimes it gets hidden above. We are going to do the Giga Plinko, which is, as it might sound, just 6 old Plinko sections in a row. You're doing good, Hamster? Nice to hear, man. How's things? Doing quite well. Still working on the side project. It's definitely taken longer than what it was meant to, but you know, that is kind of a game development in a nutshell, isn't it? We currently have 666 points against the challenger. So far, no points on the challenger side, which does mean that if you only bet 1 point, you could get a pretty good return on your investment. Now we have 10 points for the challenger as well. We do have at least 1 believer. With that, the prediction is gonna end any second. There we go. If anyone else wants to join, type !join, otherwise we're gonna be starting. Not showing betting message. Mad Alex, welcome in. Ludo, welcome back. Hope you guys are doing well. Into the Plinko section, we have a Boom Trout and Cheetah taking pretty good routes here. Lupo, our challenger, is in here as well as we head into the second Plinko section. Actually, challenger taking the lead there for a moment, but now Mad Alex manages to take the lead. It does stumble a little bit here though, so we'll see whether we can keep it up. So far so good. We have Boom Trout second place. Never mind, Cheetah takes the lead. Will he manage to keep it though? That is the question. Boom Trout first into the 5th Plinko section. Luasoft first into the final one. We also have Mad Alex in here. Cheetah. No Lupo at the moment. It looks like our winner might actually be Mr. Luasoft. First to cross the finish line. Second place looks like we're gonna have Mad Alex indeed. Then we have Cheetah, Boom Trout, Cheetah, Lupo, our challenger in 7th place. And Luasoft, the winner, was a believer in Lupo. You both won and lost. Let's see who our second winner is, aka last place. It seems like the battle between Mad Alex and Cheetah, but Cheetah is already through. It looks pretty much decided at this point. Marbles, damn what a rush. There we have it. The final marble has crossed the finish line. That does mean that this time the challenger did not win. So the points will be split amongst the non-believers. We're gonna end the prediction and get back to work. Thanks for playing as always. That goes my 10 points. Fortunately the bet wasn't that big, eh? How you been, Mad Alex? Nice to have you here again, man. We are still working on the little side project here. Okay, so we need to sort out this button. That's a pretty obvious one. Because otherwise... What was I doing? Yeah, we sorted out the high store. Otherwise, everything is almost functional, isn't it? I think so. I do think that's where I will possibly put the... It's possible that I might do the tutorial button there as well. You know, something along... Where did I put those? There we go. Basically, whenever you have something to do, we just slide this down from under the TV. I wonder if we could do something where we put like choose game mode at the top. So maybe we should instead say normal or tutorial. Let's do this. Let's grab these. We're gonna get rid of all the text and see if we can make these even. I mean, obviously this is supposed to be more like over here somewhere. That's probably too far. I don't know if this can be fully centered, but we'll see. One away. Oh, that is actually fully centered. Doesn't look like it though. I think we would have to push you more here. That looks better. You're doing fine. Nice to hear, man. Yeah, we do something like that. And then what I'm thinking, in that case, do we have a center pixel here? Let's see, 23, we should. And we could make another little sprite. That looks centered to me. So does that. Just to make it as intuitive and obvious as possible. Could do some little thing like this. And then here we say like choose game mode. Okay, let's save those. Jump into our sprite sheet. Our question is if I should get rid of that pixel. I might. Because I'm not gonna use both of these now. I'm gonna make it so I can easily add another one later. What we're gonna do is... Let's see, where did I... Here we have it. So this is going to be the... I don't want this to say normal after you die though, but I guess we could just change the text, since we're gonna do Text Mesh Pro on top of this. Yeah, that should be fine. So we can grab this one. Boom. And then I'm gonna separate these. So we're gonna have this be one and this be the other. I'm gonna apply that. Let's see, normal button. We can now choose your new fancy sprite, set native size, and then we're gonna add a... You know what? I'm gonna be lazy. I'm gonna copy the... the time text or something, and we're gonna paste you as a child here. We are going to make sure that you are as centered as possible. This is gonna say something like normal. And then once you hit game over, we could just change the text on this one to say restart instead. And that should be fine. Could do try again too. Okay, so that's good enough. Let's see what your position is. I mean, it doesn't really matter now. I could actually center you for the time being, since we don't have the tutorial worked out anyway. Should be correct. You know what, fuck it, let's do both. Why not? I'm gonna put you here, I'm gonna duplicate you, rename this one tutorial button. Of course, this should now say tutorial instead. This sprite should instead be that one, native size. Let's move you out of the way. And let's also make sure that the text is correctly aligned here. I don't think so. So this should be minus 0.5, there we go. Grievance, welcome in man, how you doing? That looks pretty good. I think maybe we could move them all one pixel over, so we put this one at 61 and this one at 87. Maybe. Okay, last but not least, we need to give you a parent object. I'm gonna call you something like... Okay, maybe we just go game mode buttons. You can actually be a child object of the TV as well. No, you can't, because you need to be behind the TV. So we put you here instead. Oh shit, I need to... Okay, how do I solve this? We open this one. Grab that as a new sprite. Now that one isn't correctly assigned, so let's do this. Image, TV, native, put you here. If it works, it ain't broken. There we go. TV image. So now these can be hidden behind, which also means that we can get the shadow back. Maybe do something like that. That should not cover these. Nope. Our oldest daughter is no-lifing it at my mom's, so we're about to take little man out for some fun. The weather is horrible here. I had a dog out earlier, but even they didn't really love it. We have had some proper fucking storms in Sweden. Do you find astronomy interesting? I think astronomy can be quite interesting. Did my fair share of no-lifing, wish the wife would come and clean up after me and Chud soon. I know I'm being inconsistent with my shadow. I don't know if I can be bothered fixing that. We'll see. I mean, it's fairly easy though, because basically what I would need to do is just get rid of these two. I mean, I guess they should be on the other side, technically. Because right now I'm kinda doing it as if you were the light source. Well, not here, because those are below. I don't know, I'm being very inconsistent. Okay, now what I'm thinking is that these buttons are indeed interactable. That one should start game. This one shouldn't do anything right now. And then... should move you back up again. You should be like... here. So that's the default position. Now you wonder, should we do some good code here and make sure this is handled in an intuitive and flexible way? The answer is no. We're just gonna lump this in the game manager, because who gives a shit? So this is gonna be a transform, which we're going to call something like game mode buttons. And then in awake... no, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make some functions here. Let's do a private void show game mode buttons bool show. We're gonna have a private vector2 buttons show position, which will be a new vector2, and basically have whatever we assigned here. That's going to be 73.5 and 5.5. Then of course we need to have a hide position, which should have the same X value, but we're gonna go up, let's go up a little bit extra for the sake of it. We're gonna go to like 17 on the Y-axis. So now inside of here we can say vector2 target position is equal to whether or not you want to show it. If you do want to show it, it should of course be set to show position, otherwise hide position. Then we're gonna take the game mode buttons and we're gonna do a... I guess I should have just done local. Yeah, that's true actually. If I'm never moving the X, we could just make this as a float. Sure thing, sure thing. So now this is float, target position, bam bam bam, do local move Y to, of course, target position in like, I don't know, half a second maybe. And then let's set some ease here. We're gonna do like... Oh, fuck. Maybe outcube it, sure. That probably works. Would probably be nice to play a little sound effect here, but we'll see. So now, in a wait, after everything is initialized, we can now say show game mode buttons true. And then start game, show game mode buttons false. We do need one more thing. We need a text mesh pro UGUI start button text. So that when you lose, if you get game over, we now know at the very end we want to say show game mode buttons true, but we also want to make sure that the start button text should now say something like restart instead. I understand projects lasting longer than they're supposed to. I passed my 6-month deadline for the demo release this last Saturday. Yeah, I think it's like almost inherent to game development. I don't know why, but it's so fucking difficult accurately approximating how long a project is gonna take you. I feel like there's the whole thing about you should always like, what is it, like double the time and add a bit extra on top or something to get an accurate estimation, and I feel like that's probably quite true. If that's even enough. For me, I probably need even more. It's definitely easy to be a bit overconfident. Okay. So we need to assign this. So game mode buttons, this one, and this should be the text. Now we should also... we should disable this. Why do I have 2 countdowns? Why did I make 2 countdowns? Fuck it, I guess we could reuse this one. So I'm gonna call this something like select screen or some shit like that. We're gonna say something like select game mode. Make this way smaller. Move you up a little bit. We're gonna add an image. It's going to be this one. Native size, move you down. Maybe this one could be a little bit darker. Cool. Now that one can actually be on by default, but we do need a reference to it, so fuck it. I should have made like a TV manager, but apparently our game manager handles everything now. I am just gonna try to spaghetti code this the best way I can until we have something playable. Okay, so we now have a reference to you, so in a way you should already be active, but then... as soon... I guess when you start the game... that deactivates the scoreboard. You should also deactivate the select screen. Which is of course that one. Is everything assigned? I think so. Let's see if this works. I don't know if you're gonna see those. You can just about tell them coming down, because the fade hides a lot of it. Okay, select game mode, normal or tutorial. If we click normal, they go away. We should definitely make those slower. And then we start. We now have a high score. And we should be able to beat our high score as well. Yeah, 19. Now these show up again. But now this will say restart. And if I press that, we can indeed try again. Obviously the timer is supposed to be a bit longer, but this is just for testing purposes. Oh shit. Yeah. That feels pretty good. There are 10 to the power 23 planets approximately. That is pretty mad. Estimating is like any other skill. You have to estimate a lot of projects before you're any good at estimating projects. Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, it's definitely something you can get better at. And obviously I have, right? Because, I mean, my first project I ever started was like a massive open world RPG game, which I thought was realistic. I thought, yeah, I can probably finish this pretty quickly. And then obviously I realized that is not the case. And then I feel like I'm definitely getting better, but I would say I still underestimate. I'm still, even Shroud of Gloom has been heavily underestimated. To be fair though, I've also, you know, it is also scope management that is a part of it. Like, the reason why this game and Shroud of Gloom has taken longer than it's supposed to is also because, you know, when I estimated, I didn't take into account the amount of scope creep I would be doing. At the same time, you could just argue that that's a part of the... that's a part of the estimating as well. Okay. I mean, I'm actually pretty happy with this. Like, in general, this is actually working out quite well. The normal game mode, I would say, is... I would pretty much be happy calling it here, as long as we had a better tutorial. Just the issue right now is that I'm not introducing the mechanics one by one. Like, I'm basically just throwing you straight into the deep here. And what that means is that, you know, it's, if anything, it's more important that we teach the mechanics in a good way. Wait, do I reset the crosses? I probably don't, do I? Yeah, that is a big issue. Which means... if I run out of time... But wait, are all of them enabled now then? Yeah, they are. Oh shit, and now I have multiple... Wait, how did that happen? Do you go through an actual estimation process, or are you just building up gut check? I would probably say it's more like going on gut feeling. I think the main thing why a project like this, even though it's so small in scope, like, the main reason I think why my estimation was quite off is probably because we didn't make like a proper game design document. Like, if I would have actually thought out the entire design of the game, I probably could have estimated this a lot better. But you know, I did the typical thing where you think about just the core game loop and like, that's easy peasy. And to be fair, I did finish the core game loop almost entirely in the first day. But as always, it's the things around it as well, right? With all the UI, the settings, tutorial, which is the main thing we're missing at the moment. Yeah, I think you tend to put in more art and UX polishing efforts than you estimate. I think that is a big part of it. I definitely have a bit of a perfectionist tendency. So I think that is fair to say. Like, I think when I start the project, I think I'm gonna be able to be like, you know, this is good enough, we don't need to put in any more effort in this. But then when it actually comes down to it, I just can't help myself. Hey man, how long have you been working on this game? What is up, young Escrito? Welcome in. I have been working on this game for 23 hours, I think. Did a 12-hour stream on Christmas. Maybe slightly more. Did I do a 6th stream after that? That would be 18, 5, 23. It's somewhere around like 23, 24 hours in total. I don't know how I messed this up though. How did I end up getting multiple toys again? What did I do? It must have been... Because if I fail here, I should be fine. Everything gets tossed. If I pick you up, it should be fine as well. I wonder if it could be because I grabbed this one, like right in the middle. No, that seemed to work too. What did I do? Somehow I managed to keep a toy? Was it because you were coming in on the conveyor belt right as we finished? Is that how I did it? Maybe. Well, that's gonna go down. I actually don't know what I did for that to happen. You've done a lot in 24 hours, really good results. Yeah, I'm feeling quite good about it. Not one day, rather like 3-4 days. Yeah, it's been... I worked on it for 3 days, but I'm counting total work hours, not like, you know... It's not 24 hours since we started the project, but I've put 24 hours into the game, if that makes sense. So I'm talking actual work hours, not like time since the start of the project. Now, I'm really curious as to how I managed to... Because I did something where I ended up having 2 toys in the scene at once. Maybe I tossed one right at the end. That doesn't seem to make a difference. Still very much of the backbone was already done in 1 day. Yeah, all the core mechanics and most of the art and stuff we already had finished. Fuck, what did I do? I don't understand. I definitely did something where I ended up having... Even after... losing, I had a toy here, but to be fair, if it's this hard to get that to happen again, then... Oh. This is weird. Okay. What? So that is technically game over, but the time keeps ticking. I wonder if this could be an issue because I don't start game. Like, I never reset the strikes or whatever. Which is the cross parent. Oh, no, I never reset them at all, do I? Because here I only enable and disable the parent. I need to disable all of the child objects, because the issue is that when we give you a strike, I loop through them and basically check how many are active. Like, I don't actually keep a reference to how many times you've messed up. Okay, so we're just gonna do some shit like this. Every time you start the game or something, we just go for each game object in cross parent game object.set active false. That's... Okay. That should be fine. Do you think there's lots of gold in other planets? That's a good question. I do suppose that different elements still have different rarities, but in the end, like, I suppose across the entire universe, there should be some consistency to it, right? Like it would be virtually impossible that we would have a specific like core element that didn't exist on another planet. Because it has to come from somewhere, right? Oh. Oh. What happened here? Car's not valid. Transform T... I think this is the issue. T dot game object. I'm gonna assume that was the problem. Seems like it. Oh shit. Now you can't see the base for them either. Now, if I die because of that, I can restart and every X should be gone again. Okay. So that's somewhere on the way, but let's see here. Play mode. Process. I want to move these guys out. You should always be enabled. And then the other ones are just, yeah, enabled on top. Should be fine. It shouldn't matter whether I lose from time or... That blinked both at the same time though, didn't it? That is a bit odd. Oh, I know why. It's because I tossed the... Yeah, I see. I see what happened. I have a bit of a weird loop going on here. Game over is going to bin the things, and that's gonna loop back all the way to the game manager because of this fucking spaghetti code I'm making. And that's gonna see that we... Where are you? Should have something like gift discarded. And if that was wrong, it's gonna give me another strike. Which means I could technically give myself more points here. I think we're gonna do something here where we just check if the game is over, then we just return. And that should fix it. Yeah, no, I didn't get another strike for that one. Good. I think the animation of this one could be slower. It's actually very quick right now. The only issue is that I think that one could be spammed, and that could cause a lot of issues. Start game. Yeah, I think you should technically spam click this one and start like multiple coroutines, and it could get real messy. Is stream started equals true. I might just leave it as is for now. Okay. These three you should not be able to click on if the game has not been started. I just realized we might have another issue. What happens if I lose while I have plastic on here? That's not gonna disappear, is it? Yeah, I knew it. Another reason why it would have been a lot simpler to... Oh, I ran out of time. Right. So much code in the little game, true. How to learn to code? Brute force, my man. Just brute force it, eventually it will get easier. And once you start getting going, maybe plan stuff a bit better than I did, because holy shit, I'm making a mess here. And I'm kinda in too deep, like I can't be bothered trying to fix this now. So I'm just trying to duct tape whatever I can together. This one is tricky. We do have this. Disable plastic shit. What has a reference to this? The gift can disable the plastic shit. So then, if it is game over... Wait, what happens if you throw gift? Has plastic shit is false. Yeah, I only throw you here. If it's greater than front folded, then we throw the entire thing. Otherwise in game over. So I could actually just do it here. Plastic dot disable plastic shit. And that's a fairly easy way to solve it. We should make it so that that happens like here too. Like if you throw this toy, we probably should disable that one. So you know what we actually could do? No matter what happens, we should always disable this whenever we trigger throw gift. So even now, okay, it did work there, but that was disable plastic shit. Set active false, set active false. Throw gift, disable plastic shit. Why? Oh, because that one is still not being called, right. It's because of you. I mean, I guess... Throw toy. Front folded. Ah, shit. This is more mess. I guess I basically... There's no reason... I mean, I guess the real thing is that you shouldn't be able to do this. Use plastic shit. If it's open and the sides aren't folded. You shouldn't be able to do this if you don't have a present to begin with. So we could just make this even more spaghetti by making that one public. And then here we say if the gift has a present and we're not in either of those states, which I think means I have to do this. That actually solves a lot of it, because now we shouldn't be able to grab that unless you've actually added a toy. So, or maybe you can, for some fucked up reason. Oh, wait. This is a return. Okay, if I don't have a present. Why wouldn't this not be a or statement? Yeah, because even if it's open, I still should require you. Yeah, no, that's fine. Lol, plastic shit. Yeah, I'm starting to have some weird naming convention in this one as well. You can make it so it throws the plastic if you don't need it. Yeah, I think that is the way to go. I can still grab that one. Yeah, it's only gonna disable it. But why can I take it? Use plastic shit. If the gift does not have a present and you... Oh, no. If you don't have a present, you... No. This is not right. Open. Sides folded. If you're not in that state... No, I think this should be all and. No, because now if you're open, that will return true. Is not open. Let's see, I'm doing... Oh, fuck it, this is Boolean logic here. If you are... Before I had, if you're not open and you're not this, then return. So both of those have to be false. If either one of those are true, then it's fine. Sides folded, so then it should be this way, shouldn't it? If you don't have a present, is not open. No. This checks if it's not open and not folded. Which means it returns if you're in another state. So this is while... So do I need to flip this then? If, yeah... Oh my god, I'm so confused. If I have a present... Notice I know I want to return if the issue is that if I don't have a present, I don't want to be able to take this. This fucking... You just put a flag for if plastic is used or not. Now when you say it, I think do I not already have that? Here, do I not have a... It's probably private, but I do have the has plastic shit. But that doesn't... Wait, no, that doesn't help me. I want to know if I have a... Yeah, just the issue is that I need to know if I have a toy. That's the issue. How you doing, S-Funk? But I don't understand my own logic here. Because this technically calculates whether we already have the last stage. Okay, this is what I had first. This is saying if it's not open, and this is if not open or side folded, return. In other words, that means if open or side folded, then we continue or whatever. I basically want to check when this is. When this is the case, if it is side folded. Okay, I could do this. Just I don't understand my own logic here. I could return here, because that means I'm in the wrong state. However, otherwise, if I am in one of those states, then I want to know if the gift has a present. So in other words, we can make this into a else if statement instead. But this, I shouldn't need to do this. If it doesn't have a gift, then I return. This is basically what I want, but I should be able to do this with one statement, right? Sorry guys, we have some ads coming up in a little bit. Oh, wait, so I want an or statement. That's the issue, right? I want to check if both of these return true. No, because I can't do or either. I feel like just adding... I don't fucking understand this. I'm gonna leave that because I think this might work. No, I cannot grab that one. But I can as soon as I have a gift. So that's the only thing I don't want. If you throw the gift while you have the plastic, then the plastic should be thrown as well. I really needed a fucking event system, man. Holy shit. I cannot understand for the life of me why I didn't get my event bus in here. That is basically what has messed all of my code up. But I'm not refactoring this. Fuck that. I should always disable the plastic. Oh wait, isn't that... no. If I wanted that to get thrown as well... I mean, the gift does have a reference, but the issue is that if you're unfolded, I will only try to throw the toy. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it, mate. So the problem is that when the present gets thrown away from the conveyor and you already have plastic away from the conveyor and you already have plastic in the present box. No, that's the later problem. The problem is that when I have both, when I have a gift and plastic inside of the wrapper and I try to throw, I will only throw the toy, which feels a bit odd. Like, it feels like at that point you should throw the plastic as well, but we'll see, I'll have to figure something out. However, ladies and gentlemen, I need to get out of here. But please stick around for the raid, and as always, thank you guys for hanging out. Who should we head on over to today? You know what, we could go to... Who should we go to? We could go to I Hot Funny Boys. I think it was a while ago since we raided her. Let's do that. Good stream, dude. Cheers. However, indeed, Cheetah. As always, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for all the new followers. All of that good stuff. Feels like we got some decent progress here in our little game. But it still is not finished. But we are way closer. Way closer. So next time we will definitely finish this. There's no way we could not get this playable by next time. I mean, it is practically playable, but I do unfortunately have slightly higher standards for myself if I'm gonna publish this on itch, and after we put this much effort into it, I feel like, you know, obviously we do want to get this published. When is the next stream? I will be back on Wednesday. Thank you, Hamsterhammer and Cheetah, S-Funk, Mad Alex, Lupo. Thank you all for hanging out. Grievance, Young Estito. Always good to have you guys here. For sure, finishing next time, you know it, man. There's no way we could not. If anyone hasn't, of course, go and check out the demo, my main game on Steam, wishlist the game, leave a review, all of that good stuff. If you want to connect more with the community, then go ahead and join the Discord. That will be it for me today, so let's head on over to iHeart's Funny Boys, yet another game developer on twitch.tv. Go and throw that chirpy raid in the chat. I will see you guys on Wednesday, so you know what, until then, have a great one. And I'll catch you next time. Cheers.